Yo-Yo and Pla at the fight. What's up, Nick? What's up, Severed? Yeah, yesterday's stream was pretty good. We almost got record, and then we didn't. Do we go again today? I'm a little tired today, so runs might not be great. I might just start out with some grade mine practice, see how I'm feeling, see if I can get going, and then we'll see. What's up, Josh? I'm tired. Today is Tuesday.
Meldung.
Beide Antriebskerne sind auf 0 runter. Wir treiben ab.
Schützenkapseln sind kalt. Wir müssen das System neu starten.
Los, finden Sie raus, wo wir sind.
Sorry für den Schnellstart, Sergeant. Sind Sie in Ordnung?
Ich bin okay. Chief?
Alles klar.
Alles klein.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
What's up, Devious?
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Wow, I can't believe I died there.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
0 checkpoints.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
How did I get this checkpoint? I feel like I should have. You almost always get this checkpoint. Yo, a Distortion raid. I was just watching your stream. What up, Distortion? Distortion viewers? I was just there. Good luck on the food, Distortion. Thanks again for the raid. I'm starting out with some warm-up and some practice. I'll do some runs in a second. I just started. I've been trying to grind out the full game legendary record for this category, and it's really hard. I was actually a minute ahead yesterday, and I lost it. So there is time save,
Leichter gesagt als getan.
but it's not easy. We just played the first ad of the stream as soon as I got rated, which is cool. Love that. I don't control when the ads play. They just do it like every hour or whatever. And I just started stream, so I just played the first set of ads. So again, this is just practice. Right now I'm playing this level to collect a skull, so I can practice the other levels actually. Skulls in this game are like Easter eggs. They're hidden around the map. They only appear on the hardest difficulty, and most of them make the game harder. If you're familiar with the All Skulls On challenge, some of them make like enemies invisible, some of them make enemies shoot faster or have more health. But this one actually gives Master Chief camouflage. So picking this one up, I do it during the run. Like, I don't start with it turned on, I pick it up in the middle of the speed run, and that allows, instead of having a flashlight, now I can use a camouflage. Oh, I forgot the sword. I'm supposed to have a sword right there. Trying to practice, got too busy talking. But here's my camouflage, I'll show it. Maybe not. Try right here. I'm invisible. They actually don't see you even when you're in a ghost, which is funny. If you think those nade jumps are cool, wait till you see the next section. The next section's even cooler. I got distracted and forgot to do the cool part. There's a lot of cool sword tricks in the speedrun. If you guys have never seen Halo 2 speedruns, the sword is like kind of the big glitch weapon. The reason speedruns of this game are even fun is mostly because of the sword. So check out what you can do. So normally the sword's a close range weapon. The reticle has to be red to lunge. But if you do a precise button combo of switch weapons, cancel animation, and then lunge, and you time it within like 1 frame, then you can take the close range properties of the sword and make it a long range weapon, and then you can go flying like so. I mean, it's used like everywhere in the speedrun. They're pretty hard to hit, but with practice you can get pretty consistent. I'm not 100%, but if I'm on form, I'm hitting them way more than half the time. And most of them, you get a couple chances to attempt them before you're forced to, like, die or try again. Alright, let me hop over to the level I wanted to practice. Yeah, it helps for getting to the ghost faster, and it makes that hallway way easier, Johnny. Without it, walking through that hallway is really hard. There's 2 elites and a few grunts that spawn there. And the sword makes them, like, get startled, and then they try to melee you. But if you don't have that, you just get melted. You can't put enough distance between you and them without it. I assume you mean via the main menu brand of cereal, and no, there's no menu for it. You have to collect them to activate them.
Ganz ruhig. Würde mich damit lieber nicht anlegen.
No, it's possible. It just takes an hour to turn on all the skulls. Well, 30 minutes if you have skull saves. But I was the first person to complete Halo 2 Classic Lasso. It's really hard. Like, even attempting it, you have to collect every single skull before you start. So it takes literally over 30 minutes to collect the skulls. I have a perfect checkpoint for all of them, meaning, like, if I open my profile, it'll be standing directly in front of the skull. I just hold X to pick it up. But even with perfect skull saves, you have to watch the loading screens 15 times to collect all the skulls. So loading each level back to back to back takes, like, actually 30 minutes. I'll show you my skull saves once I save and quit on this level. The skulls are active permanently until you turn off the Xbox. So you just pick them all up first and then you start the speedrun. But here, I'll just show it real quick. So I don't really, do I have any German saves? So if you look, these are all my Japanese saves, blind JP. Each, if I were to load these up on a Japanese disc, these would put me right in front of the skull. That's an English one. Do I have a German one? There's a German one. I don't have skull saves for all of them on German, but that one, if I wait, I don't want to wait for the loading, but if I loaded that one up, it would put me directly in front of the envy skull. And you can make these saves by just playing through the game, getting a checkpoint right before you pick up the skull, and then saving and quitting. And so for as long as I never play on that profile again, or get a checkpoint on it, I can just keep collecting the skull and then save and quit. I had to make all of those manually by just playing through the game over and over and over. So you just make a new profile, play through the game, save and quit, and then make a new profile. Alright, back to the practice, and then I'll do some runs. Alright, actually I have late games. Let me open. Let's get them. It's from file. Alright, here we go.
Je schneller man diese Boots umlegt, desto besser.
Der Dämon hat die Ratskammer infiltriert. Schützt die
How am I doing? Doing alright. I'm a little tired today. I didn't really sleep last night, but the stream must go on. It was so windy and stormy last night, and I slept at somebody else's house, and their house was like older and creakier, and man, it was really hard to sleep. Like, the whole house was like whistling, and the windows were rattling, and the doors were rattling, and I already don't sleep in other people's beds very good to begin with, and then combine that with a bunch of ruckus and there's a dog. Not easy. They're basically the same brand. I don't mean this to be rude, but I really don't like answering questions about the differences between Master Chief Collection and Classic. Like, if you want to ask me questions about Classic, I don't mind answering them, but I don't play Master Chief Collection. I don't want to talk about a game I don't play.
Einfacher aufzuspüren sein, wenn ich im Netz bleibe.
Like, really, you should be asking MCC runners, right? They're the ones playing the changed version.
Gleich da lang.
I'm the one playing the real game here. I don't know. I don't mean to be rude though. I don't mind you asking questions. It's just I get tired of talking about MCC so much. Yeah, but just ask them the questions anyway. I'm the one playing the default version. They're the one playing the changed version. You don't do this as much as some other people do, but a lot of people come into my channel presuming that MCC is the default version that everybody should be playing, and they grill me about, like, why do you do this? Why do you do that? Why don't they, like, why am I the one being asked questions like this? Like, I'm not the one playing the real game. Again, I'm not trying to be grumpy at you specifically, Brand. It's kind of like everybody, but, like, I don't know why I get so many questions about a game I don't play. As if I'm not playing the real version of this game.
Hier, Chief, springen Sie rein.
Oh yeah, again, Brand, I'm not trying to, like, attack you. I'm just saying in general. That's one of the reasons I get tired of, like, MCC questions all the time. It's just, they come up a lot. Wait, this is actually really fast. What? Before that death, this was, like, TV pace. Now it's not. Stormy, thank you.
Ausgezeichnet. Der Prophet sendet von unterwegs. Das macht es uns leichter, ihn zu finden.
What a weird angle. Why did he not move? Actually, not seen that exact angle. Usually he steps to the side when that happens. Alright, keep on going. That checkpoint ate my jump. Funny. Please. Please. They're gonna spawn.
Gerade versammeln sich die Ratsmitglieder auf Halo, um das Symbol sicher verwahrt zu sehen.
That reverting. Oh no, I fell in the pit. No, I didn't. Saved. Okay. Oh man, that was close. Reverting still probably saved time there. Buddy doo bop, buddy doo bop. I saw a video the other day on Reddit. It was just had a song of people saying "shubadi doo bop" in the background as like a my controller just died. That's kind of worrying. And there was like this guy just baptizing people in the river and headbutting them. Is my controller like actually dying? What's going on here? Thing has batteries. Yes. Oh, well, this battery pack is loose. If I just move my controller too much, it's not working. Let me try a different battery pack. Wait, did I just put them back? I just put them back in the same one. I got... I went to go grab a second battery pack, and I set it down on the table and just put them right back in the same one. Alright. Yeah, I'm on an Xbox 360. This is the OG version of the game. There is no PC version of OG Halo 2. Windows Vista exists, but it's not OG Halo 2. It has different physics, different glitches. It's a different category. There is a PC version of Halo 2. There's also Master Chief Collection, but it's not the same game as this one. Who has the best sword cancel? Do you mean like which one looks the coolest, or who's the best at it? I mean, all the top runners are pretty close to equal. On Classic, it would be like me and Zoo, and on MCC it would be like Zoo and Sin, probably. Who's ever like the first and second world record holders are pretty much the best like sword flyers. Griffin would be up there, Rokat's Nails, like any of the top runners. But I mean, once you get to a certain like skill level, I say as I'm like getting shot at and beefing these flies, most of the runners are hitting them at a similar rate. Also, Classic sword flying is different than MCC sword flying. It's affected by lag a lot more, and you also like can't go too fast. I mean, the world record's only a year old, MLF. I think saying it like that really kind of downplays the 20-year history of people running this game and finding glitches in this game. The person who holds the MCC record set the Classic record after grinding for 10 months straight, only a year ago. So somehow it's not as good or optimized. I think that's a very annoying thing to say in my chat.
Ein Moment, ich empfange 2 weitere Transponder. sind der Commander und Johnson.
This game's 20 years old. Just because there aren't that many runners today doesn't mean there hasn't been that many runners in the past. And there are classic runners today. You're wrong that no one else plays classic. Mujisuck streams it, Defend streams it, Noob streams it. There's like a dozen classic people still speedrunning. They just don't have world records because it's hard. Not because it's unoptimized or unchallenged.
Die Flood das Wrack der in Emberclad verlässt. Wir sollten den Index holen und einen Weg hier raussuchen, bevor es wirklich ungemütlich wird.
Who's competing for world record on MCC? Nobody's within a minute of Zoo on MCC, are they? Sinister's now more than a minute behind? Can't I say that nobody runs MCC because nobody's within world record, like, reaching? Literally only Sinister has ever been close, and nobody else stands a chance. Historically, Halo 2 Classic has had probably, like, 10 times as many runners over the 20-year period. I just think it's a ridiculous thing to say, especially from somebody who doesn't speedrun this game. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you have no idea about the level of optimization.
Gut. Haben uns das noch da. Die Ratsmitglieder.
Is that a fact? Do you know what it takes to run Halo 2 Master Chief Collection at world record level? Because you cannot run console. It's impossible to get world record on console. So if you want to play on PC, you have to have a really good PC to stream it and play it. Because that game sucks. You have to play on a season that doesn't exist anymore, so you can only play the Steam version. If you have the Windows Store version, that doesn't work. You have to, if you play on current patch, it won't work. So you can't play Xbox Live, you can't play multiplayer. You have to download a specific few-year-old version of this game. And then also you have to download third-party cheating software to custom inject checkpoints. The Cairo Station checkpoint they use during full game speedruns, they use a cheating program to load it in at the start of the game because there's RNG on Cairo Station where the Marines spawn, and they decided it was fair to manipulate that RNG using cheats. Is that really accessible? I put my disc in my console and I play the game. I think world record speedrunning Halo 2 Anniversary is not very accessible. You have to have like a $1,500 computer and also like download a very specific version of the game and also use cheats. Meanwhile, you can spend $100 and start speedrunning Halo 2 Classic. You can get a console, a capture card, and the game all for like $100. Why can't I swordfly? You're not talking about the future, you're talking about today. You said it's accessible to nowadays. Today. It's how many people in the future are going to download season 7 of Master Chief Collection? I think MCC, like, if you were to like introduce a brand new casual player to Halo, MCC is the most accessible. I do not agree that MCC Halo 2 speedruns for world record are the most accessible. They are, you have to jump through so many hoops to try to get the record on MCC. When they shut down the servers 100 years from now, my Xbox will still be able to get world record. MCC servers are going to be gone. Unless you have that specific file, you will not be able to set world record. Like, I don't think you know what it takes. I think you're just like talking nonsense.
Überall in der Stadt landen von der Flood kontrollierte Schiffe. Diese Kreatur unter der Bibliothek, dieser Gravemind, hat uns nur benutzt. Wir waren nur eine Ablenkung. Die in Emberclad war die ganze Zeit als Ziel gedacht. Es gibt ein Leitung. benutzt. Wir waren nur eine Ablenkung. Die in Emberclad war die ganze Zeit als Ziel gedacht. Es gibt ein Leitungsrohr, das diesen Turm mit dem Schiff verbindet. Gehen Sie wieder hinein. Ich führe Sie hin.
I think there are a lot more people in the world with Xbox 360s than there are with Season 7 Master Chief Collection on their computers right now. It's on like season 8.5 or 9 or something, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but the exact build you need is like 3 years old now. Maybe more? I don't know. And if you don't use that specific build, you cannot get world record. It's like actually impossible. I mean, it is if you're a console player, Yo-Yo, which more than 50% of the Halo population still plays on console. So you've already eliminated half of the game population from doing a speedrun ever. Since it's not possible to get Season 7 on console. How long will the 360 hardware last? Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, we're what? Almost 18 years in on it. The newest ones are like 11 years old. When was the last run of 360s? The Xbox 360 Model E was the last one. And I think those came out in like 2012 or something. Xbox 360 Model E.
Wo sind wir hier?
Release date 2013.
Den Beginn der großen Reise.
Usually the components that go out first are the movable ones. So the laser head, that if that gets like knocked around, that can get messed up. The disc tray, the like rubber that holds the motors for the disc tray to open and close, like the spinning action, those go out. But you can like still play the console even if the disc tray is broken. So that's really not like a nail in the coffin for your game. It's because this game is 20 years old, Vigo. You're not going to see very many people playing a 20-year-old game. To claim that another game is more accessible than this one just has to do with recency, not with like the ability to get files. Like this Halo's a dying franchise. Like, of course you're not going to see many Halo 2 classic runs. Nobody plays this game. I don't know. It's like this game is dying. How many people are even playing Infinite right now? Let's see. There are currently 3,000 people playing Infinite. I know I got rated, but I have almost 1,000 people watching me right now. Like, for a game that used to be one of the biggest games in the world, for there to be 3,000 people on it is really low. The game's dead. You gotta get off Twitch and save your battery, Lodi. You say you're in Chile? Good luck. just looking it up. Power outage as official scramble for answers. Oh, the blackout affected northern area regions. Looks like they don't really know why yet, which is kind of scary.
Völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment.
No, the emulator is not accurate enough. It doesn't actually play this game properly yet. Maybe someday, but there are some game communities like Super Mario Bros. Allows you to do speedruns on the emulator because the speedrun is exactly the same between the two, but that's not the case for Halo and the emulator yet. The emulator doesn't play Halo 2 very well at all. It's actually really bad for Halo 2. It does pretty good for Halo 1. But if they someday, like 100 years from now, get the emulator to be perfect, I would say that, yeah, I mean, it counts.
Wo sind denn die Laufräder? Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson. Also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam. Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand. Also, Johnson.
I think it's pretty unlikely we ever see a perfect Xbox emulator, though.
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim. Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen. Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
Alright, here we go. Adam Maria, thank you. Ade Maria.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Alright, speed running time. We're doing real runs now. We're done with the practice. Real speed running hours.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Das ist keine Übung. Wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Where are my bumps? Oh, it did work. I got like no bumps.
Ruhig bleiben, Sie können Angst riechen.
Hochführen Weg machen.
Are you not weaker?
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Not a good clear. Oh, I'm in trouble. That was bad. Ugh. Yo, what up, Trunks?
Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
This is played on the Xbox 360. There aren't good Halo 2 emulators, unfortunately. We were just talking about that. There is one called XEMU or ZEMU that can play Halo 2, but it's not good. It's not like, it's too laggy. The textures don't load properly. It's just not finished yet. It's crazy that we get Switch emulators faster than we get OG Xbox emulators. It's actually really crazy. I bet we get a Switch 2 emulator like within months, and we still won't have a great Xbox emulator. The controllers on the Switch have more RAM than the Xbox does.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Is video recording the only way to verify? I mean, yeah. How else are you supposed to record a record? That's the second half of the word world record. There has to be a record of it, right? You have to personally call John Halo to come to your house and watch you do it live.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Speaking of John Halo, did you guys see the new Halo 1 glitch that we've been working on that allows you to play as John Halo? So, I don't know if you guys saw, a couple months ago we found Arbitrary Unit Possession in Halo 1, which allows you to become different characters than Master Chief. As in, you can play as an elite, you can play as a hunter, you can play as a grunt. Recently, Porley achieved turning himself into the Halo ring itself. On the first mission, Pillar of Autumn, he literally turned himself into Halo. He is John Halo.
Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird
Is it easy or complicated to do? Oh, it's very hard. If you look up Porley117 on YouTube, you can see a video of him doing it. The current setup only works on Master Chief Collection because you need infinite ammo and you need the ability to fly with acrophobia. But if you shoot 32,000 bullets and then you do a specific setup, then it will work. Actually, I guess really, it's technically not that hard. It's just very precise. You need to shoot exactly 32,760 bullets. If you shoot one too many or one too few, nothing will happen. And there's a lot of other very precise steps, but it's...
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
It's fun.
Das ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Did y'all know the Halo ring is a weapon? Are you talking about in lore or on for the glitch? For the glitch, it's actually a vehicle. It's not a weapon. That's what the reason it works for the glitch is Different things in this game are coded as different types of objects. Like, for example, a box is tagged as a crate, and basically all of the things are crates that are movable. So if you like look in the bottom right, those trucks and those boxes down there are crates. If you look as I jump down here, like the truck to my left is going to be a crate object. The enemies are all coded as bipeds, and things that you can like drive are coded as vehicles. So these are a bunch of crates next to me on the left. The Marine's a biped, the Grunts and Elites are bipeds, the turrets are vehicles, the Ghost is a vehicle, and on the mission Pillar of Autumn in Halo 1, the ring that spins in the background, because it moves, they had to code it as a vehicle. Basically anything that moves in Halo 1 is a vehicle. Could you turn into a pelican? Yeah, I have a video of flying a pelican on my YouTube channel. That was one of the first ones I ever did on Halo 1. You can fly the pelican and you can turn into an elite pretty easily.
Vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert.
There's an interesting vehicle on this level. I meant to point it out, but I forgot. Whenever I was driving on the beach, you can hear the drop pods fall from the sky, and then elites jump out of them. The elite drop pods. Those drop pods are vehicles, and you can turn into those and pilot them. What could be next though? I mean, we've done almost everything cool. Figuring it out in Halo 3 is probably next. I don't think there's really anything else left cool to do in Halo 1. I mean, maybe there's a couple funny small like edge cases, but we've been a grunt and used the fuel rod gun. We've driven a wraith. We've flown banshees when we're not supposed to. We've flown pelicans. We've flown the Spirit, the dropship in Halo 1. We've done Sword Elite. That was one of the first ones I did. We did Popcorn, the Flood Popcorn. You can like climb walls and walk up roofs with the Flood Popcorn, which is pretty cool. The Sword Elite, you can use the sword in Halo 1. I was the first person to ever use the Halo 1 sword. If you type !YT in my chat and go to my YouTube channel, you can see all the stuff I'm talking about. Search the word AUP, or search for like anything about a character that you're thinking about. Yeah, you can be Guilty Spark. We've done it in Halo 1 and Halo 2. On Library, it's possible. On Halo 1, also a couple other spots. And on Halo 2, I've done it on The Great Journey. I think one of the hardest ones I've done is driving the Shadow, the vehicle I just drove under. Tartarus was pretty hard. The Shadow took a lot of work. A lot of methods I had to come up with to actually get it to work. Tartarus and Guilty Spark were pretty difficult. No, Spark's actually a biped and not a vehicle. Even though he doesn't have feet, he's a biped. He also doesn't have a gun in Halo 1. Can't shoot. Actually, you can't shoot in Halo 2 either. What up, Marathon Man? When Step Gamer tells you nobody's home and you gotta drive across the Metropolis Bridge.
nette Begrüßung.
I'm glad you like the streams, Gustavo. Okay, don't snipe me, please. I'm getting reinforcements. Certainly. Oh, I didn't. Thank goodness. I would have died. Alright, we're living, we're gaming. Actually zooming. No, I'm gonna get sniped! I can't believe I spun out like that. 53. It was only 11 seconds lost. That's not that bad. What does AUP mean? It stands for Arbitrary Unit Possession. By arbitrary, it means you can turn into anything you want, like arbitrarily. Unit is, like, I don't know if you heard me explaining like bipeds and vehicles and everything. Unit is the thing above biped and vehicle. Every biped and every vehicle in the game, in the code, is classified as a unit. And then possession means to like take control of. So we named it that because it is what we're doing. We are arbitrarily possessing the units in this game. I didn't come up with the name, Nibre did, but it's a good name, so it stuck. I think it is perfectly accurate. Yeah, to share on Halo 1, that should be possible. Oh wait, I want that DR back.
Sergeant Banksman.
It was 53, I said?
Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
You can't steal bodies in Halo 3 that we know of, Lodi.
Als ich Verstärkung anforderte, dachte ich nicht an einen Spartan. Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten. Siehst du diesen Blick? Das ist pures Entsetzen. Marine, habe ich Ihnen das Jammern erlaubt?
There are infinite speedruns. They're kind of a pain because you have to play on like an old version and it's difficult to down patch because of like the always online requirement. So you have to do kind of some, not quite piracy, but some loopholes to get the game to work. But there's actually some cool glitches in the Halo Infinite speedrun. The route for the Infinite speedrun used to involve flying the Pelican. We were just talking about flying Pelicans. You can also do it on Halo Infinite. It was a glitch to steal the Pelican and fly it. The route used to be become invincible, steal a Pelican, and then fly out of bounds to the end of the game. But then we found a faster route that got rid of the Pelican, so now you just teleport to the end of the game.
Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch
Congrats, Lodi.
Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Uh-oh. That was not quite what I meant to do. I can't believe I'm gonna die here. Man, how did I get stuck on that grunt like that? Dang. I wish I didn't lose that run.
sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gib ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Did I ever AUP Foe Hammer on Halo 1? No, I didn't end up completing that, but Poorlay got it. He ended up getting it on MCC. My setup on Classic wasn't working, it kept crashing. But I think using Acrophobia, Poorlay got it. Or maybe it was on the Xbox 360 CEA version. I can't remember, but yeah, Poorlay got it. Yeah, Gustavo with the 69. Thank you, my dude. Check the message in a second.
Okay, bereithalten. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Alright, let me get my elements open. Yo-Yo with the 420 as well. We got 69 and the 420. Keep it up. Hope this helps keep you streaming. It really does. This is my only source of income, so all of the support very, very much helps me keep streaming. I'm basically living paycheck to paycheck right now on my Twitch, so I'm kind of struggling for money, but I'm doing okay for now. I'm really hoping to get this world record before I run out of money, because my next goal is, after I get this record, I'm gonna have to take a break from streaming and get a real job, I think. But I don't want to do that until I accomplish this goal. I really, really don't want to like be forced to get a job and run out of money before I accomplish this. It's a race against the clock and a race against your guys' support. We go again. I'm getting close. Yesterday I was 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of world record. And it wasn't even like that insane of a run. I can do it again. I just gotta stop choking the end game. Am I getting more sponsors? I could accept more, but I don't like taking them that much. And my viewership and my audience isn't that big. I'm not like making bank off of them. I mean, they pay the bills, but they also kind of like devalue my content in a way. I would rather be accomplishing my goal than spending time like shilling mobile games, you know? I liked accepting the Monopoly Go one because I thought it was a good meme. The game isn't that bad, and it's called Monopoly, so it's like, it was a good crossover. But in general, I don't like plugging random games that I have no intention of ever playing, or that I like am not a fan of. The only 2 mobile games I've ever plugged were Star Trek and Monopoly Go, and I like Star Trek as a franchise, so I didn't mind plugging that, and I already gave the reasons for Monopoly. The game isn't that bad, and I thought the name was funny. My aim is so bad. What's going on? Don't kill me! Yo, Nick, thank you for the support as well. Man, I wish I didn't die there. because you have insomnia. Did you play on my sponsored link? Did you? How far did you make it? Or were you the guy who said you already play? You were playing before my sponsorship, weren't you? There was a couple people in chat who said they used to play already. Yo, Gustavo again, thank you. $10 this time. Very, very generous. You tried with mine, but did Jervs? Dang. That dang Jerv. Stealing my viewers, stealing my money. We gotta take out the Jerv. There's only enough room for one bald white guy playing Halo 2 at hard challenges. We gotta overthrow the Jerv. It's time. I mean, Zoo obviously also steals my viewers, but he's got hair. How can I compete with that? How to make it go away? I think you have to share it, Sam. I know, like, it's annoying to click the share button. But yeah, oh, there you go. Now it should stop. It should stop coming up. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, overhead? I hadn't heard that before. Zoo doesn't show his face? Yeah, he does. He doesn't stream with face cam every stream. He goes in kind of periods where I think he feels like doing it or not. But we know what Zoo looks like. Just a normal looking guy. Brown hair, white guy, plays Halo. Doesn't usually have a beard. That's Zoo. Yo, what up, Vinny? Vinny with the back-to-back. Zoo has a beard. Sometimes he has, like, stubble. I don't know if, like, Zoo's facial hair isn't really a beard. I don't even really consider what I have on my face right now a beard. But I guess a lot of other people would. Is this a... This is, like, a proto-beard. This is, like, more of a beard than Zoo's ever grown. And I don't know. I don't think it's not a full-on beard. Would you guys say I'm bearded right now? Maybe. It's on the edge. I don't know if I count it. I don't know if I count it. I feel like to really be a beard, it has to, like, actually be able to be, like, hairs that hang down. I don't have any. There's no. I guess you guys can't even really see it with the lighting, but can you? Oh, I can't get in there enough, but I don't really have any, like, hair that, like, dangle. There's no danglage. It's just what would you call a beard that actually has danglage to it? Like, you know, like when the hairs are short, they don't really have any flop. They just poke out, and that's all they do. But then they get to a certain length, and they actually have, like, length to them. What would you call a 1 month beard versus a 2 week beard? Because I shaved like 2 weeks ago. Is there... I don't know. Is there a difference? Or is it just beard? Because in my brain there's a difference.
Alarm! Enter Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, but what's the difference between, I mean, where there needs to be another stage. What about the gap between 5 o'clock shadow and wizard beard? Like, that's like a normal, like, lumberjack beard, right? So we just invented a new layer. But what about the gap between lumberjack beard and 5 o'clock shadow? What do we got? What is that? No, I need to hit that.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, I just shaved my beard like 2 weeks ago. I mean, you can check my VODs and see, but I guess I wasn't using webcam for a little bit. But my beard grows really fast. I just shaved the top of my head like yesterday, but I shaved my beard like 2 weeks ago. My beard grows super fast though. Yo, ISXP, welcome back. Thank you. Long time support.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Tag.
Clover, this is still classic. I can't believe I got stuck in the ground, man.
Alarm! Enter Truppen unterwegs.
I gotta figure out how to prevent that. I don't actually know why it happened. Oh, I didn't check if there was a comment on. Let's get this world record. Let's do it. Trying, man. Alright, we're in. This is the one. Leland Sklar. Let's take a look. That is a old man with a beard. Like a ZZ Top style beard. I don't know, Pierre, I don't have stats, but the first one's easy because I don't have to move anything into place. The second one's hard because I have to get the blocks in the right position, and the geometry that I'm going through is slightly different. Then the third one's hard because it's like a different type. The third one requires some randomness. Have you guys been dating or married for more than 10 years, Samantha? Does my relationship go back longer than yours with ISXP? Do I have a claim to him? Is he mine?
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
That's funny, Mogami.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, man, wir sind am Ball.
This is gonna be a good one right here. We're not gonna get punched by this guy. Alright, he didn't punch us. We're gonna get a good spawn. We got a good spawn. And I can't aim. Of course. Alright, whatever. It's still fast. Sub 3 doors. Always good. Stop complaining. Just go fast. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Oh. He's gonna come out? I can live! It's not that fast, but I lived. Whatever. Yo, Sorcerer Engine Enjoyer, thank you. Get out of me, way! They're just letting me skim by. I don't want to restart. Do I hear mono in here? It's funny. That's such an odd thing to think about, that I'm just kind of like background noise in so many people's lives. It's cool. I mean, it's a fun job, but it's kind of weird to think about at the same time, isn't it?
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab,
It's
Marines.
therapeutic.
Absturzstelle räumen.
Yeah, I mean, I throw Twitch streams on as well. Like, I get it. I watch a lot of Hearthstone as background noise. Like, I don't know, it's like some people used to just throw on the TV and listen to, like, old reruns of Frasier or Friends or Seinfeld or Cheers or whatever, like, sitcom they liked. They didn't really pay attention to the show. They just liked a familiar voice with background noises that they could, like, barely listen to. So I like, get it. But it's just, it's kind of weird to be that, like, background person.
Sergeant, ich brauche sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung
I'm
und
the soothing
Verstärkung
voice of your
zustande.
dreams. Dear God.
Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Sie wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Oh, my takes are lukewarm. I don't have any hot takes.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet.
Hello.
Keine Menschen.
Rain just chilling.
Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum wir mit so einer kleinen Truppe kommen.
What are my lukewarm takes?
Weniger Zeit hier, mehr Zeit dort. Das ist ernst.
I think my hottest take that I think is just not that hot of a take is that Halo lore has never been good, and it's not the reason this game is popular. The story of this game is just such a small percentage of this game's success. Halo 1, 2, and 3 were popular because of the multiplayers. If you ask anybody who says, oh, I used to play Halo back in the day, they talk about LAN parties. They talk about playing with their friends. They talk about zombies. They talk about Tower of Power. They talk about Fat Kid and Jenga. They talk about, like, co-op and split screen and, like... Nobody has nostalgia for the campaign except people on Twitter. The story is not good. It's never been good. Halo lore is not good at all. It's Green Man kills aliens in space. It's like the most like level 1 space opera. Oh, I keep bonking trying to read chat. I should stop. Why do I grab that pistol? It prevents me from carrying my weapons into Metropolis, which gives me 4 new grenades. I think the levels are a lot of fun. I mean, I played more Halo 2 campaign than almost anybody in the world. Maybe everybody in the world. Like, obviously I enjoy the levels. Like, Metropolis exploring, it's a lot of fun. Like, the buildings, the out-of-map on Delta Halo, the out-of-map on Outskirts. But the levels and environments are fun. But the story itself is extremely subpar. Like, the actual, like, if you were to write it out on paper and tell it as a story, is very, very, very subpar. I think that that is like less than 1% of why this game was successful. The storytelling behind the Flood reveal is very good. You're right, that is probably the peak of all of Halo cinema. I think that the Flood reveal is done very well. But if you think about it, it's also like such a outlier in the Halo 1 campaign. The fact that it jump cuts to like different videos and a cutscene, the fact that like it's all mysterious, it's very cool. It's the coolest level in Halo 1 in my opinion, but it's not like It's not like the whole game is up to that standard. I think 343 in terms of storytelling is probably the best Halo level of all of them. Like, I don't think that's very controversial. I think that's not a hot take. Have I read the books? No, I haven't read any of the books. I know that there's books that like basically retell the game in like novel format, like the novelizations, and then there are novels that are like entirely new stories, and I haven't read either. I don't especially care to read the Halo lore outside of the games. Yeah, also Halo had a bunch of stuff that made the campaign really fun outside of the story. Skulls for armor collection and things like that, Easter eggs. So you had a big reason to replay the campaign. So again, nothing to do with the lore, but the game is still fun.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banksman. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
War das alles, hä?
Also, some people already mentioned this a bit ago, but the Halo 3 story is, again, I'm not talking about the gameplay, the way the levels feel. I'm talking about the story, like just the written narrative. The Halo 3 story is terrible. Nothing happens in that game for the first like 9 missions, and then everybody dies. That game, like, actually nothing happens.
Vorsichtig, Chief. Diese Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht von Pappe.
No. Okay, I threw. I didn't know if I could shoot there. I don't normally drop down like that. Yeah, Var, I think it's very obvious that it's just not a complete story. It doesn't have, like, you know when you're, like, learning beginner writing as, like, a high school, and they tell you, well, your story needs, like, a beginning, a middle, and an end. It needs, like, a climax and a resolution. It needs, like, I feel like they just don't really have that, like, real storytelling in Halo 3, like you would expect. Obviously, it doesn't need to be an exact formula, but I feel like it doesn't hit, like, it doesn't hit the points that I would expect from a fleshed out story. It feels like just a snippet of one. And it's not even that it feels like a snippet of a story. It literally is a snippet of a story. Halo 3 campaign was originally supposed to be the ending of Halo 2, basically. Halo 2 has like 10 cut levels or something absurd. It wasn't supposed to end with the Arbiter and Great Journey. It was supposed to end with you going to Earth and discovering the Ark, and it was basically the entire Halo 3 was supposed to be the ending of Halo 2. But it all got cut. Did that really not hit you? How are you not weak? I threw nades at you! How is that guy not weak either? I thought this guy was one shot.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Let's get another run going.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Where are the enemies? Ain't no way, dude. They just all hide, and the second I turn my back, they melt me. Man, they're just... I never got my shields back for so long. They're just so troll. I don't think so. Ego, I think it would be less than Master Chief Collection, even if the servers still existed. There would, I mean, I can hop on right now and play Project Insignia. The servers exist, the matchmaking is there, the ranks are there, the clans are there, friends list is there, messaging, literally the exact same Xbox Live experience from back in the day. And nobody's playing it. There's literally a population of like 3 right now. I don't know if you guys have seen Project Insignia. It only got launched like a year or 2 ago, but it's the Halo 2 servers are back. Like you can connect. You need a modded OG Xbox to do it, or like a USB thing. I don't know. There's a couple ways to do it, but you need to be able to load modded maps onto your console, basically. And if you can do that, then you can connect to OG Halo 2 servers. The ranks are there, the clans are there, everything's there. Except the people. The people are not there. Unfortunately. The only important part, or the most important part, the people. That being a population is why its population is so low. No, I don't think it's part of the reason or great, but it's really not. The population would not be in the, like, it wouldn't be more than MCC if you could just, like, hop on a 360 and do it, I don't think. If it did work on the Xbox 360, it would be cool, but I still don't think it would pass MCC. It's just a 20-year-old game.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Deckung! Zum Teufel, ich seh's nicht mehr!
Why do I continue to run it? Because I still got goals, and it's my job. Got people watching me, got people supporting me that want to see me accomplish my goals, and job's not finished. Job's not finished.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
My current goal is to beat the world record for Legendary. My previous goal was to beat the world record on Easy. I accomplished my Easy goal, and now I'm doing my Legendary goal.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle,
Yeah, I know a lot of random shit, Vigo. Definitely a lot.
Sag gute Nacht, Blödmann! Ich sehe zu, ob ich es raustreiben kann!
dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine
I also have a really good memory, and it's not just that I like have learned a lot of this game, I can recall it like in the situations where it matters. So like I can like think about how things interact and the way they work in the game just because of my years of playing. So like whenever a new trick, for example, gets discovered, I kind of have an advantage over everybody else because I can just immediately think about all of the levels in the game, and I can go through them and think, well, does it work here? Does it work here? Does it work here? And I don't even have to play the game to ask myself these questions. I just go through the game in my memory of the levels and I just think. And because I know all of the glitches, I can make combinations in my head, and I can think, well, what if I combine this glitch and that glitch, and what if we do it this way? And a lot of my glitch hunting is done anymore. It's done just completely like through thought. I don't actually play the game when I'm doing my glitch hunting. I just think, well, what if I combine these two glitches? And then I try to think about what would happen.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen!
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
I started doing Halo glitches in 2004 when the game first came out. I was one of the people like on the forums posting videos and challenging other people to do cool glitches. So I've been around since the actual very beginning, which means I've seen almost everything. And because I've seen everything and I have a good memory, it really, really helps to like just catalog all the glitches.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yeah, Captain, I used to live with him. He's still one of my good friends.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, see, Death, a lot of people don't realize that the heretics have different ranks. I'm not sure about red versus, like, brown or whatever color they are. I'm colorblind, but I know that the ones that are lighter in color will not die to one sword lunge, and the ones that are darker will. And that's actually really important for the legendary speedrun. Because if you, like, sword slash somebody, you need to know if they're going to die or not, because then you need to either be ready to sword him again to actually kill him, or you need to, like, be looking at the next enemy so that you don't die. And knowing there's one spot on Oracle that it's very important to know which elite is going to die. There's 3 heretics that spawn, and 2 of them have higher health and 1 of them has lower health, and you gotta point them out. Oh no.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
What's up, Riot? Yes. They're probably comparable, Var, but I don't think they're exactly the same.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I want to complete one run tonight. Get a good one. I've just kind of been ranting today, but stream's it's still young. We're only an hour 40 in. We got a lot of time to set a good run here. I'm a little tired though. I don't know how long I'll go. I'll probably go for at least 4 hours. We'll see how I feel after that. Red elites survive, blue elites don't. And not all camo elites die or survive. So I guess camo elites are the weakest. Some of them, they're like right on the threshold. Some of them die, some of them don't. Does anyone speedrun the E3 demo? I think Hark did. I saw Hark was also doing speedruns of the alpha map, like Alpha Moon. That speedrun actually was kind of interesting. They ride on top of a phantom for a little bit. It's kind of cool. No, even a lunge bar. Yes, the slash does less damage if you're close, but a lunge doesn't kill a camo elite every time.
keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Come on, get another run here. Man, I'm tired. Why am I so tired?
Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I don't think that's true, Var. I think if you get the lunge animation, you always do the lunge. You can press right trigger and still get the slash if you're too close to them. But if you get a lunge, I'm pretty sure you always do a lunge. Unless you do like sword fly type stuff and sword cancels and YYs, but that's different. Why, man? I messed up the BXR reload. I probably would have lived there. That was gonna be fast.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ah, komm schon, du Nase, dir fehlt nichts. Hey, da ist noch einer.
Das ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Alright, it's this one right here. Why do you need a sword to improve Metro?
Hochtüren dicht machen.
That was really good. Will you give me my shit?
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
I can't believe I just lost time to that.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen
Well, that's on outskirts, not Metropolis.
Da muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Oops, that was meant to be a plasma. Really bad.
Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
I can live! Somehow. Miraculously. Alright, it's kind of slow, but at least I didn't die.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge mehr.
Still
wir
living.
sind am Bad.
Thought to BR him, but I knew I couldn't. Where the hell is this guy? What spawn did he just give me? Oh no, why did I crouch? I don't know why I did that. Am I gonna die because of it?
Kontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Okay, no, it's close.
Ihr Status. Der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zugkapsel heranzukommen. Schiffe sind in der Todeszone. 13 Kreuzer, 2 Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen
feels so stressful.
Admiral, treffen Sie sich den Zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir!
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
How did you not die to that? No! I'm out of ammo now. What was that ending? Whatever. It's not very fast, but we're out of the first level. What's up, Time Lord?
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Do you know what's supposed to resist and be double effective against the fuel rod var? I know about the glitch where they typoed, but what was the intention? Like, what's it supposed to be weaker against or stronger against? I don't have a grenade.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Vehicles are supposed to blow up faster and it's supposed to be worse on shields. That makes sense, because it does like instant pop shields. So it's supposed to like probably like half on shields and double on vehicles.
Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht.
I pressed right trigger, or X, I mean. Get out. Give me your shit.
Nicht auf der Erde.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Verrückt, ich weiß.
Yo, Ash, what's up?
Warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Nicht anhalten!
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Keech. There's just like a hole in the ghost, or like right next to the wall. You can take a ghost out or you can walk out. It's kind of weird that the water barrier extends like all the way around the water, except like one little brick like right against the wall. And just walk on through. There's a lot more you can do on this level than just walk out into the water though. Did you know if you go out far enough in the water and then do some specific load zone shenanigans, you can actually grab a Scarab gun out there?
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das.
Yeah, so that Scarab that I just passed that blows up the Warthog, that you can make that spawn in the water. And whenever it spawns in the water, it exists for like 20 seconds, walks, and then disappears. But in the 2 seconds that it takes to blow up the Warthog, there's actually a Scarab gun that spawns right there. So if you do a grenade jump at a very like difficult angle and or a sword fly, or there's a few methods, but like if you can get up really high out of the water at the same time that you spawn in that Scarab, then you can grab the Scarab gun before it disappears. You have to be really fast though. If this run dies, I'll show you it. It's pretty interesting. I'm gonna show it to you in a way that if you think going out of the map is cool, you're about to have your mind blown by what I'm about to show you. So stick around. This run will either die in like 5 minutes or an hour, but sometime between and then and now I'll show you a cool glitch. Yeah, it looks like a plasma rifle. It just has the projectile change and the fire rate and the overheating pattern. My beard came back quick. It does do that. Kinda hate it. I know it's a grass is always greener story. People that can't grow a beard always tell me, oh, I wish I could grow a beard like that. Dude, my beard grows so fast, I wish I could pause the growth and just turn it off when I want it. I am not always wanting to be bearded. You're right, Samantha. It's not a beard. No, it doesn't bar. You're not gonna kill me. They did. How did he even get that angle? Dude, the stupid Wraith Mortar is trolling my speedrun, man. How did the Wraith even keep shooting at that angle? Shouldn't have happened.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf den Wraith. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
I think they intended the one at the top of the map to be found var. I don't think the other two they intended to be discovered. I mean, why would they place it on top of a cone at the top of the map if they didn't think people would get there? I actually have a conspiracy theory that has, like, no justification other than that I think it's what happened. But, we all know that Metropolis and Outskirts were originally going to be combined into a single level, but they got split during the production because levels had to get cut and then levels were too long, so they separated them. But originally, Outskirts and Metropolis were combined into one mission called Earth City. I think that the invincible Warthog on Outskirts was originally supposed to be on Earth City, and you were supposed to take the invincible Warthog from the start of the level, drive it out here to the end of the level, and then use the invincible Warthog to launch to the top of the level, similar to Halo 1 launches. Bungie was aware of the Halo 1 Warthog being invincible, and they knew that people used it for glitches. They, like, watched our glitch videos and stuff. I Impact Halo is even thanked in the credits of a Halo game. Like, they watched all of the Halo glitches. So, the Easter egg on Outskirts in the scripts it's called Warthog for the masses, as in for the fans. Like this is the Warthog for the fans, and I think that Warthog was the original intention to get the Scarab gun. That is my conspiracy theory. I don't think the Banshee method was planned, and I don't think, like, obviously standing on top of that generator with Sputnik and launching yourself was not planned, but I think the new people would get up there. It's on outskirts at the... As soon as you get to the beach, there's a Warthog that you can spawn by hitting triggers. If you want to check the scripts, it's called Warthog for the masses. Just search the word masses and you'll find it. But it's... First you have to go to the beach, and then you have to go inside the tunnels, and then you go back to the beach, and you'll find it. Oh, come on. Trick sucks. Alright, I'll show some glitches. Let's show some glitches. You still here, Keech? You ready to see a Scarab gun you didn't know existed? Some days maybe, Samantha, but some days I need to chat or else I wouldn't be able to stream. Like, I would get too bored sitting here. I'm pretty tired today, so I mean, you might be wondering if today is one of those days, but I think I need to be reading and chatting or otherwise I'd be falling asleep. So, I don't know if we're expecting amazing runs today, but I'm still having a good time getting in some practice, getting in some chatting. But I think on average, I don't think chat hurts me. I can just stop looking on a good run. I'm pretty good at knowing when I can look at chat and look away as well. There's a bunch of like straight lines. How did my not a big deal date go? He made dinner, we watched Netflix, and then we went to sleep. It was a good time.
Chief, wir haben was zu erledigen.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
I didn't cook. She cooked. I saw Colento's back to streaming, which is kind of crazy. I watch a lot of the Battleground streamers, Jeef, Beater, XQN.
Chief, wir haben was zu erledigen.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Alright. Well, here's the first cool part of the glitch. I turned myself into a phantom. My character is literally the giant flying vehicle. So that's kind of cool.
Chief, gut, dass Sie kommen konnten. Die Absturzstelle ist
Sergeant,
jenseits
ich
dieses
brauch sie
I'm gonna use that to go get the Scarab gun.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Unten bleiben! Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
The beach if I want to get the warthog. Beach. So you can actually skip the whole beach section by being out of bounds. Normally being out of bounds kills you in this game, but because I'm an invincible flying vehicle, I will not die while I'm out of bounds, which means I can just fly under the map, fly under the tunnels, or right here, while my teammate. Hello? God. I missed him. I'm lost. There they are. So now I'm in the tunnels.
Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet.
Now I'll hit this trigger. Now we'll go back to the beach. So this was the spot you were talking about, Keech, right down there. You can just walk out of bounds. I can just fly out of bounds though. So if you come all the way over here, and then you hit a trigger that's right about here, then you fly up here. Now I've got a Scarab gun.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Is this how you guys remember playing the game as kids? And there's the warthog. This warthog's completely invincible. It spawns right here. It only spawns once you enter the tunnels over here. You have to get like, you have to go hit a trigger that's like right over there at the entrance to the tunnels. And after you do that, this warthog will spawn. And it's completely invulnerable. It won't blow up. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Vinny, thank you. Can you finish the level with the Scarab gun? Yeah, but you can't bring it to the next mission. So does the character model look like an actual phantom blasting that out? Yeah, I'll show you. Oh shit, here come that boy! Who was the first to find this glitch? I discovered this glitch. Me and Hark were the first people to do it. It's basically, it took like 15 years of glitch discoveries and trial and error and glitch research to get to the point where we understood the game and the respawn system enough. And then we figured out how to do it. The very first thing I ever turned into was turning Hark into an enforcer on Quarantine Zone while we were researching some glitches. And then once we turned into the enforcer, we went and like figured out exactly how it happens. And from there, we applied that same knowledge to different characters. So we turned into, that same night after the enforcer, we got an elite, a flood, a jackal, a grunt. We got like dozens of characters in that one night. I'll keep showing some glitches here just to take a quick break. What do we have here? I'll go through the history a little bit. We'll talk about the history of AUP. There is, Dylan, and you're invincible when you do it, which is cool. That was cool. Glad you liked it. If you guys like crazy Halo glitches, don't forget to follow. I do a lot of crazy Halo glitches. Also, check out my YouTube. Can I show the second Metropolis Scarab gun? I don't really feel like doing it right now. Maybe later, but the easiest way to do it is to turn on some skulls, and I don't feel like turning on skulls and then restarting my console and then getting back to speedrunning. Maybe at the end of stream. If you're still here in a couple hours and I sound like I'm winding down the stream, ask me again and I'll show it, Dylan. Or ask me tomorrow. But I don't really feel like doing it right now. Okay, so I'll go through how AUP was discovered. So whenever it tries to respawn your teammate, you see on the right side of the screen it says waiting to respawn teammate in combat. It's because I'm slashing my sword, it thinks I'm trying to fight somebody. So it'll never respawn you while you're in the middle of a fight, just because that's the way the respawn system works. But if I then stop slashing my sword, you'll notice it still hasn't respawned me, but now it's not telling me why. The actual reason is because there's not enough space around me. I'm in this little tunnel, like stuck up in that corner, so it just can't find a suitable place in the map to spawn my teammate. So whenever that happens, the game knows it's trying to respawn you, but because it can't place you, it hasn't actually created, or it hasn't placed you on the map yet. But if you think about it, if it's looking for a place to put you, that means it already, has created you, right? Like, the game already knows that it wants to create an arbiter, it's just looking for the spot to put you. And we can actually find the spot where it creates the arbiter. So if you look right here, there's a little floating blue ball. This is where the game creates the player before it teleports and gives you control of them. This is actually an invisible arbiter. The glow is because he's holding a plasma rifle. So this is my teammate. If I stop slashing, the blue thing disappears and it spawns next to me as a teammate. So we were researching this glitch and we found some interesting stuff with it. Dr. Biz found a new way to get dead alive with it, and it was very interesting. So let's see what happens if we push this guy off the map. So this is the invisible guy. If we push him off the map, he will die to the death barrier. And then he will respawn. But because this was the body that the game had already stored for us, it doesn't do any more checks. It already did all of the checks first when it created the body, and now it's saying, yep, you can have it as soon as you're out of combat. So it doesn't check again, which just gives you like a dead body, which is pretty interesting. We can now launch this dead body anywhere we want on the map, and he can't move, he can't walk, he can look around, he can zoom in, can't throw grenades, can't shoot. He's just stuck here as a dead body. He can fall out of bat. Can't die to the fall timer though. But once he gets far enough down, he will disappear. And then he'll just spawn back as a normal arbiter. Alright, so that's still not AUP yet though. That hasn't answered the question of how we got to AUP. But now something else interesting happens is... Wait, hold on, I screwed it up. So, right now I'm gonna block my teammate's respawn. You see it's not showing the text. So now, remember, we know it's created that body and it already did all of the checks and it knows it's valid, it's just hiding it off screen. If you restart the mission while it thinks you're trying to respawn, it still thinks I'm trying to respawn right now. So it still thinks I have a valid body hidden outside the map, but it actually doesn't exist. If we go look, it's not there, but the game thinks it's there, and that's the important part. We tricked the game into thinking it has a valid respawn object, even though it doesn't. So it already did all the checks, it already made sure it was valid, it already created it. but it doesn't actually exist over here. But what if we make it exist? What if instead of putting a character there, what if we... Actually, let me go in order here. So now I kill my teammate, nothing happens. I kill him again, and boom. I just did a dead alive. From the very start of the level, without having to do any of that pinching and stuff, now we've got dead alive just from the start of the mission. Which is kind of cool. So the reason that works is, the first death is exactly what I did whenever I created that guy over there, and I was crouching in that corner, remember? And now, whenever this guy respawned, he is in the exact same memory address as that guy that should have been over there. So now if I kill him, the game thinks that this body right here on the ground, it thinks that that is the valid respawn object it already created. So it spawns as me, as the guy who's already on the ground. But that's not still all of it. So if we do all of these steps again, kill my teammate, hide in the corner, create a valid respawn, restart the level, kill my teammate again, but don't let him respawn this time. So now instead of being an arbiter, I put a different thing inside that memory slot. So now it's not an arbiter that I just put in that valid memory location, it is an enforcer. That's me. I turned into this. So I'll show more of the enforcer in a second, but I'll show you what I mean about influencing the memory location. So I can actually choose anything I want if I can keep track of the memory specifically. So like, if I kill my teammate here, let's look, he drops, whenever I kill my teammate, you'll see he'll drop 2 weapons and 4 grenades and a dead body. And then he'll respawn and he'll have a new body and he'll have 2 weapons. And so all of that like adds up on an invisible like counter in the background. So if I can keep track of all of that with spreadsheets or just using memory, like, so I killed my teammate once, I created 4 grenades and 2 guns, and then I killed him again, and then I toss 1 grenade. So oh, that's not what I wanted. Kill my teammate once. Kill my teammate again. Shoot 1 grenade, or throw 1 grenade, and now I need to create this body before that grenade lands. Okay, so that lined up the memory in a different way. So basically I created like 8 additional objects and compared to the previous one. So then if I do the exact same steps and I spawn in the enforcers and stuff this time, 8 additional objects turns me into a sentinel here instead. So as you can see, even at the start of the game, it's kind of complicated to like turn into the sentinel here. If I want to do anything later than the beginning of the game, it gets even more complicated. Like, the further in the level you go, the harder it becomes, because you have to keep track of every bit of memory the game has. You need to know how many bullets have been fired, you need to know how many enemies have been spawned, you need to know how many like grenades and weapons. Literally everything that spawned you have to keep track of. So turning into things at the beginning of the game is way easier than turning into things at the end. I'll go back to the enforcer for a second. So the enforcer actually has 3 guns. If you see the giant needle there. Most people know about this gun, but you know about. Let's see if I can make it happen. Come on. Let me switch weapons. Why won't you let me switch weapons here? Are my teammates? Oh, give me my weapons back. Hello? So there's actually AI that tries to control the enforcer as well. So I don't have complete control of him. It's a little weird. I'm not piloting the Enforcer. I literally am the Enforcer. But it also has like AI components of its own that I can't override. I can do the little crushy animation. I can try to crush this ghost. Gotcha. Give him the clamps. Alright, let me show the other guns, and then I'll get back to speedrunning. Why will it not spawn them? No, Bungie did not know this was possible. There's the rocket launcher. Can I get the blue laser beam? Wait, how are you still alive? Didn't I kill you? Where are you going? There's the blue laser beam. You can barely see it. See if I can get it to come back. You see on the ground, there's like a blue dot. That's the third weapon the Enforcer has. A lot of people don't know it does have a third gun, but it does. You see it? It doesn't have a full, like, trail on it. You can't see the projectile, but it's there. You can paint the ground with it. Alright, let's get back to speedrunning. Hope you guys enjoyed that brief glitch excursion. I'm trying to think of how to do it, Amadeus. How do I get the pinch? I can't do the... I do want to do it though, I actually do. That's something that's been on my docket. I think I mean, it should be possible. So basically I need to... I would have to do it slightly different than Porlay. The math wouldn't be the same because I think the pinch I would do would be... So whenever he pinches, he's pinching himself, which is like a biped that already exists on the map. Whenever I pinch, I would be pinching a new one that hasn't been created yet. So the math wouldn't be exactly the same. And then I would have to get to 32,000. I would probably do that by shooting and betraying my teammate and shooting all his AR ammo and do that on repeat. Yo, Frog with the hose, thank you. What up, Ribbit viewers? You guys just missed a glitch demonstration. We're back on the speedruns, but welcome. I'm trying to set the legendary world record on Halo 2 Classic. This is not Master Chief Collection. It's the OG version, the way the Lord intended.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yeah, I am probably gonna give it a try, Amadeus. But I'm also been focused on this.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochführen sichtbar.
Ain't no way. Man! Why did that elite just troll me so hard? That's so stupid that he flew forward and landed in the stairs. Ruined the whole room. It was fast.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Frog promised more runs and then raided. Well, we got more runs right here. He didn't lie. We got more runs. The runs never stop. And when I'm done, I'll probably raid another streamer and there'll be more runs. The Halo community is just barely big enough where there is somebody speedrunning almost 24 hours a day. I feel like there's always at least one person live in my following list. And if they're not live, then there's VOD channels. Me and Zoo both have VOD channels that play our old broadcasts on repeat. So if you want background noise actually 24/7, then you can check out my VOD channel on Twitch. I really did not want to nuke combo that guy. Wait, you didn't die? That grunt's not gonna kill me. He's not gonna kill me. We just have to manifest it. Okay, because the elite's gonna kill me. Where's the grunt? Where are you? He took out all the Marines. Dude's just standing on the corpses of his enemies. Is that the strongest grunt ever? Look at this guy. Dude's a hero.
Genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taste?
What's up, Aaron? Runs have been mid today, but I honestly wasn't expecting them to be that good. I didn't get much sleep last night, and I just been kind of talking and hanging out, but still having fun. Maybe this one's the good run. This one right here. Are we finally ready for it? The game is faster in German, about 12 seconds compared to English over the course of the entire thing. So very minor. Very, very minor.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, I got owned yesterday. I was a minute ahead, and then I got one death, lost me like all of that minute. Feels bad. It was a good run though. Where'd it die? I mean, it technically didn't die until Gravemind or after Gravemind, but the 1 minute time loss was on Sacred Icon. I went from being a minute ahead of world record to 7 seconds behind world record after one level. So at that point, it was basically dead. Technically still possible, but like coming back from that is tough mentally, and like because Zoo's in-game is very strong, it's like just literally hard, not even without the mental pressure. I basically need to be ahead of world record going into Gravemind, or world record is not possible. Like on a technical level it is, but Zoo's in-game is really good, and like I said, I can be a minute ahead of world record going into that level, so I should be a little bit ahead if I want an actual solid chance at record.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
My PB is exactly 2 minutes behind record. These are world record splits. I basically only use world record splits. I think they're easier to compete against, and they're consistent. But my PB is 2 minutes behind. Which sounds like a lot, and it is a lot. But I've been ahead of world record a bunch. I just keep losing the runs to like, I lose like 5 minutes randomly, and then the run dies. So, if I completed more, or I like, then our PB would be closer. My goal isn't really to get a 121 though. Like, obviously I'll be happy with the PB, we'll celebrate, but I'll just be back again doing runs the next day like nothing happened. Because the goal isn't to get PB, the goal is to get world record. Why did I just restart that?
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Als ich vom Schmerzen sprach, dachte ich eigentlich nicht an... Aufpassen!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yes. Buff. Yes.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
The splits I'm competing against are world record splits. That's my goal.
Kontakt verloren!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
You know, one of the most, like, I don't want to say demotivating, but like, it kind of is to like explain something and then have somebody come in chat. Like, I just went on like a 5-minute rant about what my goals are, and then immediately after I finished that rant, somebody came in and asked, what are your goals? And I don't mean that as like, it's not his fault he just got here, but it's, streaming is funny, man. It really sucks, because I'm obviously don't want to like ignore chatters when they ask like serious questions, but I also don't want to answer a question I just answered. No, it's not your fault, Fluff. It's obviously like you can't know what I talked about before you get here. I find that's one of the follies of streaming, is to talk about something and then have someone immediately ask you the thing you just answered.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ban you to make it right? I don't know, did you come from Frog stream? Should I ban Frog to make it right? Feels like, if anything, this is on him.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
How'd you get here? Oh no, you don't know Frog. Alright, well if you got here on your own, then this might be on you. We might have to sacrifice a Fluff. Banning Frog is the better idea. Yeah, Toy Chest could get banned. That's probably the best idea.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle.
I don't think you do Toy Chest. I think you play Master Chief Collection, right?
Das ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
No. Dude, my Marines are putting in work. Please. What? Did that not die? I thought This is so sloppy. It's not slow though, it's just annoying. It's annoying that it should have been much faster. It's still acceptable though.
Uh-oh, verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, it definitely moves you up in the queue, Uzu.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taste? Oh!
Man, why do I keep... I'm just trolling, man. Let me live. Let me go fast.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
What a trajectory on that grenade throw by that grunt. It looked like it was going to the left, his right, and then it went towards my right. Dude just hit the nastiest curveball on me? Is that you? You Darvish out here? Hitting me with the slider?
Sir, ein
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon.
Zündkapsel, also frei.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und
Jetzt
Feuer
wird's
frei.
laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten...
Have I ever gone to a Mariners game? I think I've been... No, I haven't been to a Mariners game. Went to a Dodgers game. I'm not a big baseball fan. I used to go to Rangers games often when I lived in Texas, though. I lived literally, like, across the street from the ballpark in Arlington, where they play Rangers games. So I would go to, like, opening day and just, like, hang out and stuff. And I went to university right there, so I was, like, around the Rangers all the time. But I'm not a huge baseball fan. What's my choice sport? I like basketball is my favorite. I used to play a lot of soccer, but I don't keep up with it anymore. When I was like between the ages of 3 and 20, I would have told you soccer, but I haven't really kept up with it since then. Basketball is really the only thing I'm watching anymore. Oh no, Captain, I actually do live in Seattle though, so it's not a bad ask if you didn't know I lived here. Does Luka win a title in LA? I think he drags them to the finals, to be honest. I don't know. They just dismantled the Nuggets. OKC just blew a 16-point lead last night. So who's gonna win the West? I don't know if I think that Luka might take him to the finals. I think he might.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I still can't get over how bad that Luka trade was for Dallas. I grew up in Dallas, that's where I'm from. I was a Mavs fan, I was a big Dirk fan. Dirk was one of my favorite players of all time. So like, it felt like Dirk was the franchise. For my entire life, like, Dirk was the face of the Mavs basketball. So they literally build a statue of him outside the arena, and then Dirk retires, and they immediately get another European big man who's like a top 5 in the league, putting up big points. He's basically like the reincarnation of Dirk for Mavs fans. Mavs fans moved on from Dirk to Luka so fast, not because we don't like Dirk, but just it felt like such a natural transition. Like, he's the new face of our franchise. And then they just traded his ass, called him fat on the way out. Dude, I don't know, that's... Traded him for practically nothing. AD gets injured immediately. What a insane sequence of events for the Mavs. The Mavs are going to be bad for the next 15 years. It's crazy what they just destroyed the franchise. Calling him fat on the way out was actually pretty funny though. Imagine you get a phone call at literally midnight telling you that you have to move. Luka just bought a house in Dallas, and he found out in the middle of the night that he no longer needs that house in Dallas because he now has to move to LA. And then when they tell you that, they also say, hey, by the way, you're fat. That's what happened to Luka.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Yeah, if Luka comes back mad, like, yeah, I think they make the finals.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
LeBron being in another finals at 40 would be pretty sweet. I'm a big fan of LeBron's legacy. Call it glazing if you want. Dude's clearly in the top 2 conversation. There are only 2 people that have ever played basketball at that level. And I don't care if you have him at 1 or 2. The fact that he's been doing it for 20 years and he's the literal oldest player in the league, putting up some crazy performances, it's impressive. Big fan of LeBron. I think another finals run would be really cool. If you have LeBron anywhere outside your top 2 for GOAT debate, you're not a fan of basketball. You might be a fan of Kobe, or you might be a fan of some random guy. But you're not a fan of basketball. There's no sensible basketball fan who has LeBron outside of the top 2.
Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yo, what up, Defend? Nothing really good today. I've just been kind of rambling and resetting, showing some glitches. I'm pretty tired today, though, so I'm not that surprised. Runs have been kind of low tier. But that's until you showed up. Now I have the motivation and the invigoration to impress and defend. You were at the hockey game? Which hockey game? I thought you just told me the most important hockey game in 10 years just happened like 3 days ago. And now you're telling me we're at the hockey game? What do you mean the hockey game? Oh, this is just a regular season game? Why do you keep living? Am I really gonna get killed by this grunt? I don't even know where he's at. Oh, it's slow.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Is row A close enough to bang on the glass? Or are those like premium seats?
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche? Ah!
AA to EE or premium? Okay, those are the people that can bang on the glass. Still cool though.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Ich schulde Ihnen was.
Erste Echelon hier. Nehmt die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um den Träger. Finden Sie die Bombe. Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Serpentine. That's so unfair.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Nicht so glauben.
Granate!
Come on, I want one good run today. I haven't had any good runs.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Granate unterwegs! Granate!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Hey, Vorsicht, Jungs!
I love it when my plasma pistols bounce off of the enemy's weapons. Or my plasma grenades, rather.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Alright. Focus. This is the one. No more reading chat.
Uh-oh.
Well, I can't for the next 20 seconds.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen.
I've seen those, Captain. I've seen them on bats as well, like cricket bats. I saw
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine Steuerkabine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
When I was in college, we had this shot glass that was 4 shot glasses tall. It was like just one really tall shot glass, and it had markings on it like you have a measuring cup with like little lines, and it gave you like little titles. We called it a pirate shot because the top level was pirate, and then below that was like swashbuckler and swabby or something like that. So if you did 1 shot, you were like a swabby. If you did 2, you were a swashbuckler. And if you did pirate shots, you always ended up throwing up in the bathtub, because 4 shots in 1 shot glass is too many. I don't think anyone ever had a good night actually doing a pirate shot, but we used to do them.
Sir, Eindringlinge.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Schiffe sind
Sie
in
die
der
Bombe.
Todeszeit.
Im Lauf. Montana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer
Jetzt
frei.
wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Montana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie
I
sich
used to,
den zweiten
Yo-Yo.
vor.
If you type Mono Rudy, that emote, that's my friend Rudy with a beer drink hat. We used to put Crown and Cokes in our soda drink hats and drink a full bottle. Why did I just fuck this up? I thought I messed it up, and then it was right. What? I'm crazy. But yeah, we used to do speedruns with. We would, like, by the end of the night, we would drink a half a bottle of Crown each. We also used to do, after every level, you have to chug a beer, and we would like alternate who chugs. So we would do co-op speedruns. After Cairo, I would chug a beer. After Outskirts, he would chug a beer. After Metro, I would chug one. We used to do a lot of those. We did a lot of drinking games with our Halo co-op runs. We drove around the city for like 2 hours one day trying to buy soda drink hats because we thought it would be fun. And it was. It was a good call. We called like novelty gift shops and malls, and we wanted them, but the most disappointing part about those beer drink hats is they are terrible. Like, first of all, like, the plastic tubing changes the flavor of the drink, which isn't good. But like, ignoring that, if you consider like the way a straw works, to have the straw be completely filled with liquid, you have to have like constant suction. Like, the pressure, you need to keep it in your mouth and like keep your tongue on it, or you need to like let it dribble out, or I know they make some of them with valves, but the whole point of the soda drink hats was that we would be hands-free so that we could play the video game without needing to like take our hands away to drink. So if you need a valve to drink, then the whole beer drink hat didn't serve its purpose for us. So they're not very good. They're not very practical, but man, were they fun.
Sergeant, ich brauch Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger.
I used to do a lot of drinking streams back in college. I don't really drink anymore though. I haven't done enough drinking in my lifetime. I don't need to get schmammered as often. Me and Rudy used to get drunk a lot in college.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen.
Skirt T. That's a funny name.
Der Allianz analysiert.
The guy who kind of inspired me to get better at Halo speedrunning's name was Skirty, but not spelled the same way. It was skirt with a Y at the end.
Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen
Skirty was the first person that was actually good at Halo speedruns. Everyone before him was not. Like, he was like actually the first player to like move in straight lines and go fast and it's crazy how well some of the speedruns have aged. He's got speedrun times from like 2004 to 2007 that like look like modern runs. Like some of his like Halo 2 runs from like 2005 and 6, they're like, they look like modern speedruns. He was very far ahead of his time. He had basically all of the records whenever I started taking records. One of my favorite Halo speedrun clips ever is Skirty playing Halo 1, and if you get stuck in Halo, obviously you die, right? He was playing on Legendary, he got stuck by an enemy. There's actually a way to survive once there's a grenade stuck to you. You need to make the grenade be out of bounds. So what he did was, he turned to the side, put his head inside of a rock, and did like a frame perfect melee, so that he would be like partially out of bounds inside the rock, and he actually survived being stuck. And he did it just completely stone-faced, like, he didn't celebrate, he didn't say, woo, that was cool. He just did it in the middle of his speedrun while live streaming, and didn't say shit about it. I swear it's the coldest shit I've ever seen in the Halo speedrun. Do I know which speedrunner had the most popularity? I mean, it depends on how you define popularity, but, like, I have a couple million views on my YouTube channel in total. Rocats has a couple million. Probably Rocats if you count, like, if your only metric is YouTube views, it's probably Rocats. But if you count, like, all-time legacy, it's probably me. I don't know. Like, Rocats, like, wasn't popular back in the day. Nobody knew about Rocats until Master Chief Collection. So to call him like the most popular Halo runner, I don't feel like is completely fair. You're ignoring like 10 plus years of history. Pro Ace? No, not even close. Unless Pro Ace has some videos that I don't know about. Pro Ace was never as big as I was. You must be thinking of someone else. Pro Ace was a Halo 4 runner. He had Halo 4 world record when Master Chief Collection came out. You might be thinking Naked Eli? Yeah, Naked Eli's definitely up there in the conversation for like mass normie appeal. A lot of people know his like reach in Halo 3 guides. But I think he's more popular for All Skulls On than he is for speedrunning, right? Maybe not? I don't know, it's both. I don't know. Making like YouTube views a popularity contest is not a exercise I like to do too often, but it is interesting to think about like the goats of the genre. I mean, how do you even measure popularity? Popularity's dumb. Make cool shit, do cool shit. If people like it, they'll like it.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Rays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
You guys want to know a funny story about Naked Eli? You know his name isn't even Eli. It's not his real life name. I'm not gonna say his real name because it might be a secret, but one time my friend who lives in LA was playing video games in his garage, and somebody walked by and was like, "Hey, I play video games," and they chatted it up, and they got to talking about Halo, and so my friend texted me and was like, "Hey, do you know this guy?" And he gave me his real name, and I was like, "I don't think so. That name doesn't sound familiar." And then he was like, "His online name is blank," and I was like, "Oh yeah, of course I know this guy," which is, I don't know, it was just very funny. Like, small world. Like, one of my best friends just playing games in his garage. Naked Eli walks by and they start chatting it up. So yeah, he's neighbor. Like, my best friend lives like next door to Eli, and so I've hung out with Eli in the last couple years. We've seen each other a few times. Would I ever do a Monopoly meetup? I mean, other than like a TwitchCon, probably not. But even at, I don't think so. Probably no. I'm not that popular. It would be weird to like host a meetup and have 0 or 1 people show up. And also, like, what would we even do? I mean, we could plan an outing, like go to a bar or go to an arcade or something, but like, I don't know. I don't think that's for me. I don't want to meet any of y'all. Yeah, exactly. I actually have met quite a few of my viewers. Come on, dude. Where are my bumps? This is ridiculous. There's no way this works. It's... Ugh. You know what? I think something may have clicked. Something may have just clicked to make Arbiter Hanger Skip more consistent. We'll see if my adjustments are more fruitful in the future. Okay, well, it didn't quite click. My change didn't save it. Whatever. Trick sucks. It's just random. I'm pretty sure it's random. Whether or not you die like that is just, you're at the mercy of how often the game checks to kill you. It doesn't kill you every single frame, because that would be like wasteful on the game's resources. So instead, it only checks like every few frames, and depending on if you get frame checked at a good time or a bad time, you just die.
sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gib ihnen Hoffnung.
No, Justin, it does not. Not the version they use on MCC. Unfortunately, we don't get the free, easy version of that trick. Yeah, Arbiter's way easier on MCC compared to Classic. Little unfair. Recently, I've been losing all of my runs to Arbiter and Oracle, and they're both free levels on MCC, which hurts my heart. I just want to get more runs to the late game. That was fast. I don't think so. It's an interesting idea about throwing a grenade, but that wouldn't affect, like, my hitbox, unfortunately. It is a kind of interesting idea, but no, I don't think it has any practical application for what I'm trying to do. You can delay checkpoints by throwing a grenade, and there are, like, definitely benefits, but not for the specific thing I'm trying to do. I like the outside-the-box thinking, though. I think the main way, if it ever gets consistent, is going to be to look at the radar and count the number of radar pulses from the beginning of the level. So if I know exactly how many times the radar has pulsed, then I will know approximately where it is in the kill check. But we don't even have enough information to know exactly how the kill check works. There's a whole lot of, like, science that could be done to make it slightly more consistent that nobody's put in. But I don't feel like doing it. Nobody else has felt like doing it. So right now we're just at the mercy of a trick that's random. Ain't no way I bonked that glass. That was fast too. Yeah, the only free level is Outskirts, and I still lose runs there. Outskirts is not free, but it kind of is. Outskirts is the easiest level in the run by a huge margin. There's still a few spots you can die, though. You can die getting the sword, you can die getting sniped by that first jackal, and you can get killed in the tunnel in a couple spots. Die. Ugh, that was really fast, but it was almost 2 seconds faster.
Die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taste?
Play better, please. Just start playing better. Where did this dude just fly off to? Ain't no way this dude is sitting at that angle. Oh my god, I can't even jump. This is like the worst spot for him to be. Well, not, there's actually worse, but... I wanted to make that jump, but he was in a weird spot. A lot of times you can hit a sword cancel, he was too far.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Ich denke,
Von mir dran, folgt mir.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Come on. Play better.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Das treibe ich raus!
Keine Übung. Wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
You really not weak? I'm stuck! That should have been a monster clear, but the ending was hard.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen!
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Ain't no way! Losing it, man.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und sie sagt...
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
jam.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Let me in.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Which finger do you guys use to push the pause button whenever you're playing video games? I was just thinking about that. I feel like the way I pause is not normal. Thumb, right thumb. Everyone uses their thumb. Nobody uses their index finger? I guess it's because I claw, but... And what about when you navigate through the menus? What if you wanted to pause and then go down? Like, pause to the left or pause down, down. Would you just use your left joystick? Because I use D-pad. So if I wanted to pause and restart, I reach out with my index finger and push pause. And then I push down, down, and then I usually push, let me see, let me get into my rhythm here. I pause, then I press down, down, and then, my thumb is on A, my index finger is on start, and so I'm doing it this way. That's how I restart.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
It is an important button for me, Droops. Yo, what up, Jerv? Have you completed your challenge yet? You still milking? You wish. Bro's gonna milk this for the next 10 years. I'll be milking Legendary for Halo 2, don't you worry. We'll be the milkman out here. You found a way to softlock? Let's hear it. Is it actually a softlock, or is it like, you're just like, probably dying? Yeah, it's a softlock. The double Scarab fight, yep. Do you get stuck out of bounds, like frozen in space? Is that what you're talking about? I think I know what you're talking about whenever you hit that load. Oh yeah, I know the Citadel spawn, where you go hit the corner to spawn the enemies inside before you get there, so that when you do get there, they're not there. How do I fuck that up? Alright. Let me find a funny clip for Jerv too.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und sie...
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Dang, that sucks, Jerv. That's crazy. You should watch that clip I just posted, Jerv. I bet you... somebody type to Jerv and tell him to watch my clip. Ask him if he's ever died that way.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich sehe zu, ob ich es erwischen kann.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
Why can I not get good clears today? Yesterday's clears were so good. Die!
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Come on.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Was it when you hit the bridge cutscene that the game froze, Jerv? Is that when the game froze, or was it somewhere else?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Right after the moment you walked inside and hit the first Cortana moment, walk up before the cutscene. Oh, so you don't even get teleported into the Citadel. You're just like stuck in that box, basically? Well, I guess you can. The door doesn't exist behind you, so you can just leave. But you're just like walking, or you're just walking around in that little room. I think I understand what you're talking about.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Also, Jerv, watch this clip. See, I bet you've never died this way in a run. Watch that.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
You can't click that. Can I get you a better link? It's probably the hyphen. Maybe I can get you a better link.
Die Leute brauchen Heldenschief. Gib denen Hoffnung.
That's gonna be the same
Also
link.
lächeln. Okay? Solange wir noch was zum
I
Lachen
don't
haben.
know. I'll show it on stream. Let's see if I can show it on stream. I got you. We're gonna show you this clip, dang it. Here we go. Oop, not two. Nor, hold on, we gotta go back.
Das ist ja ein
Here we
richtiger
go.
Auflauf.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen, muss ich Sie enttäuschen.
Sind Sie sicher?
Watch that again.
Meine Herren, wie schön, dass Sie zurück sind. Sprechen Sie, Cortana.
Es rührt sich was, Sir. Nahe Io. Untersuchungen laufen schon.
Tut mir leid, aber wir müssen jetzt...
That's crazy. No, that I dived to the warthog stuck in the ground. I didn't get shot.
Sergeant Major, das Kreuz der Kolonien wird für...
No, there's no fire in Halo 2 toy chest. That's Halo 1.
An einen Soldaten des United
It's not the
Space
fire.
Corps.
It was the fact that I'm pretty sure what happened was the bumper got stuck in the ground, causing like splatter damage, and I splattered like 12 times on the ground, and you can watch my health tick, like it goes tit. I am pretty sure I took like 10 different hits of splatter damage, like back to back to back. Similar if you were to take your warthog and just slam it into the wall over and over. I'm pretty sure is what happened. That was like gold split pace uprise or outskirts too. How much time did I lose to that? Let me check. Okay, I get the checkpoint at checkpoint at 8 or 7:59. And then I die at... Okay, it was 9 seconds. And okay, and my gold is 422. Yeah, that was gonna be tied gold split. That was gonna be like a tied gold split outskirts. 422 is insane.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
That's 422 with the more than 10 seconds from Cairo and the black screen at the start. So that's like a 4:11 IL time, which is really fast on classic Outskirts.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I mean, sorta super followed, but not really.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Hey, Außerirdischer! Stell doch einfach einen Antrag auf Frührente! Bereit? Da kommen sie!
How's the grind been tonight? Nothing fruitful so far, but I'm not playing that well, so I'm not surprised. I'm kind of tired today. Where is he? Dude just hit me with the sickest bamboozle. No.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Sorry if my phone was loud. I moved it. Next text I get will not vibrate my desk.
Kampfstationen.
Don't you guys hate it when you're watching like a video and the video has a notification noise, like a Discord notification or a text message, or and you hear it and you're like, oh, I should check, and it just doesn't, it's not there, like what I just did to you guys? Isn't that like the worst? I almost always scroll back in time on the YouTube video just to double check, just to hear the Discord notification again. I'll be like, was that the video? Press the left arrow, let's hear it. I don't even have Discord notifications on. Like, I shouldn't even be like conditioned to think that they're my notifications. But I mean, I guess maybe that's part of the reason it always makes me want to double check, because I want notifications to be turned off. I don't really use Discord that much. I always appear offline, and I don't really like take part in any servers or anything. So if I hear a random notification, I'm always like, what's going on there?
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Isn't it kind of crazy how badly Skype fumbled the bag and just like let Discord take over? Everyone was on Skype before Discord. Discord was like, or Skype was like the thing. You were either on Skype or Vent or like one of the worst like chat things, like Mumble. But then Discord just kind of took over.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I'm actually not a big fan of Discord. I think it is very cool. It's obviously better than Skype and Mumble and Vent and the other stuff people were using back in the day. But I really hate what it's done to online communication and documentation. Stuff that used to be posted publicly, like either on like YouTube videos or forums or on like just public forum discussions, are now on private Discords, and so like a lot of this like history of things just isn't accessible to the public unless you have a link to that private Discord. And then randomly Joe Schmo moderator can have a bad day and just decide to delete the whole server, and then it's all gone. You'll never see it again. Not a big fan of that. Yo, T Parks, thank you so much.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Inko Bonko, Halo, thank you.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
Alarm!
You guys ever played Counter-Strike? Every once in a while, like at the start of every round, the characters would usually like say a line of dialogue like, oh, they're not ready, we will plant the bomb, and things like that. One of the character lines is bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh. Got no idea what the fuck that means.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, the maps may look almost exactly the same, but the game feels and plays and controls differently. Like, I mean, one of the big changes was that smoke thing that I think a lot of people are aware about. In Counter-Strike Go, whenever you throw a smoke grenade, it just exists on the map and you can't really interact with it. But in Counter-Strike 2, if you throw a smoke grenade on the map, if you then throw an HE grenade on top of the smoke grenade, the HE grenade will make all of the smoke disappear, so you can see through it for like 2 seconds. Similarly, you can like dissipate some of the smoke with bullets, so you can now like manipulate smokes so that you can see through them. That like just that one change alone fundamentally changes Counter-Strike. But they also changed the way that hit reg feels and works for online play. They changed the menus, they changed some of the movement mechanics. they revamped basically the entire hit detection system, and some people think it's worse. A lot of people think it's worse. But the way the game decides hit detection is now different, which changes like fundamentally everything.
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Yeah, I used to be a big fan of ESEA servers. I grinded a lot of ESEA back in the day. Wait, I need his sword? I'm also one frag grenade down. Oh, I got a bonus frag for free. We take those. I went from one grenade down to one grenade up. I grinded a ton of ESEA a couple seasons. Those were fun. I got to A+ rank, which I was pretty proud of. I had like 21 RWS one season. I had some insane stats on my ESEA profile. There was one month where I was the #1 player of all of ESEA in terms of MP9 kills. I had the most MP9 kills of everyone that played ESEA one month. I would always buy it on eco rounds, or like the bonus rounds. And I was a pretty aggressive gamer. Like, so if you win pistol round, your SMG round, you buy SMGs and the other team buys nothing. So if you're like pretty good at aiming and your like reaction's good, you can play pretty aggressive. And strategically, if you die, you're giving the other team an SMG, so it's bad. But I've got some game theory to go into my reasoning for getting aggressive, but basically, I would push on SMG rounds, I'd get 4 or 5 kills, and then we'd win the game. But I would basically in-game lead every game I played on ESEA, and the only way you can get people to actually trust your calls and like believe in you as a team leader and actually be like an in-game leader is to have a lot of kills. Otherwise, your team, if you're like at the bottom of the leaderboard and you're trying to call strats, your team is gonna think you suck. So what I would do is I would make sure I had a lot of kills, and then I would start calling strats. And if I was calling strats, I felt like we were winning basically every game. But if you don't have kills, then your team isn't going to go with your strats. So you win the pistol, you get aggressive on the SMG round, and then you become game leader. And that's the way to do it.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Kann sich das mal einer ansehen?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich folge Ihnen. Wir haben Gesellschaft.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Macht euch bereit.
Hochtüren sichtbar.
I knew that guy was alive. I wish he died though.
Kampftränke öffnen.
It's fine. Alright, this is the run right here.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taste?
No, that was fast too. I got midair stuck.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Thanks for bringing out Ashish. Good to reminisce about the CS days.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Sag unser Dachglück.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I just had a thought about the history of words. So disappear and appear are obviously like the same word. Like it means to appear. But does appear come from the word apparate? And then does dissipate come from disapparate? Is that where we get what, like, why is dissipate and disappear like kind of the same word? I don't know if the question I'm asking makes any sense. But it feels like we're misspelling the word apparate whenever we spell dissipate. That's what's going on in my brain right now. Are these all rooted from the same? I feel like apparate is probably the oldest word of all of those. And then appear is just like a shortened version of apparate.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Mann, wir sind am Ball.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zündkapsel heranzukommen.
Chief, erste Echelon zu mir.
Wie ist Ihr
Nehmt euch die
Status?
Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger. Ich glaube es nicht. Jetzt ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
13 Kreuzer, 2 Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
Die Träger brechen durch.
They all come from the same Latin root. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger.
I wonder why they ended up different.
Knöpfen Sie sich den
But
zweiten
like,
vor.
apparate and appear are the ones I'm kind of curious about. Also, is disapparate a word?
Geht uns völlig, Sir. Hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in
You're an interesting character. What makes you say that,
von einem
T-Parks?
ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich
Because I
etwas
play this
ausdenken
stupid 20-year-old game every day. Oh shit, you're alive. Why did I think I had them all?
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttel den
Disapparate was... So apparate wasn't...
Los, los, los!
Apparate's not a real word? Is it... is... Well, I mean, disapparate might be a fake word, but what about apparate? That's a word, right? Is that... That's not a Harry Potter word. I know it is in Harry Potter, and they use, like, apparition to, like... You can't apparate in Hogwarts and things like that. Like, it's teleporting around and... Is apparate a JK construction as well? I feel like there's no way I feel like I heard that word before Harry Potter, but honestly I don't remember much of my life before Harry Potter. Considering I was very young when I read the first book. Apparate is a real word. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Thought I was taking crazy pills for a minute.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum wir mit so einer kleinen Nummer haben.
I know we've been talking about a bunch of different words, but I think we've kind of lost the plot at this point. Leviosa. What was that old meme video? Stop it, Ron.
Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das.
You guys remember Potter Puppet Pals? I remember watching that for the first time in like 3rd or 4th grade. What a trip that was. Some OG internet. Easily. Can't even make my voice that high. Harry Potter. I'm Harry Potter. Voldemort, Voldemort, oh Voldemort. Dumbledore! Snape, Snape, Severus Snape, 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 Severus Snape. Alright, you guys have the voice acted Monopoly version. Take all of those clips and remake Potter Puppet Pals. Oh, it was before YouTube, T-Parks. I don't know where it was originally posted. My guess is probably Newgrounds. But yeah, it was before YouTube. Yeah, sometimes it does, Nick. Sometimes it plays 2 tracks at the same time, and sometimes it loops weirdly in the middle of the tunnel. I didn't pay attention to which happened there. Okay, yeah, it restarted in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Marty said he's never used loops in any of his games, but explain why the music looped right there. The answer is because he did use loops in some of his games, and he is telling fibs on Twitter. He is rewriting the past. Marty would never. I know, I hate to crush your hero's goals, but
Nette Begrüßung.
there were like a year or so ago, there was a stint where he was on Twitter saying that he never used loops in any of his games, and he was very proud of it. And it might be true that he almost never used loops, but he did use loops. what an insanely weird driving section. I'm dead. I didn't get the checkpoint. Dude, that was so much time lost. 15. Just lost 20 seconds there. And this checkpoint is terrible. Man. I'm like coming off at such a weird angle. 23. Do I restart or do I keep? Oh man, I want to restart. I can't believe I didn't get my shields here. I can't believe... I'm gonna keep it till Arbiter, I think. We'll reset after Arbiter. Albino Black Sheep was a cool sight. That was the... I remember the llama song. Here's a llama, there's a llama, and another little llama. Bunny llama, fuzzy llama, llama, duck. That was a classic. I once was a treehouse. I lived in a cake, but I never saw the way the orange slayed the rake. I was only 3 years dead, but I told the tale. Now listen to me, little child. Something safety rail? What are the lyrics? What are, I don't know why that randomly in my head, but...
Als ich Verstärkung anforderte,
what are other albino black sheep bangers? You got Thatcher's mushroom, snake. Here comes a snake. The narwhal song. Narwhals living in the ocean, causing a commotion, 'cause they are so awesome. How did I never get my footing there? Explain. This is the ultimate showdown.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gibt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ain't no way that missed. Man!
Alarm.
I got blocked by the Marine, my plasma missed. Ugh. I should have lived there. Harry Potter. I'm Harry Potter.
Aufpassen!
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Das ist ernst, Mann. Bist du okay, Amigo?
You know what I just realized is kind of really funny? For the ghost that I do, that second one, I basically always do like 10 bumps, but I'm expecting one of them to not be like a full 100% bump. Like there's like sort of half bumps where you like hit the box and the screen doesn't shake that much. I'm kind of going for like 9 3/4 bumps to go through the wall here. Hanger 1 skip. It's basically like 9 3/4 skip. That's how many times I run into the box.
Granate!
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I skipped counting on those middle numbers at the start because those weren't good bumps. But that is how I count that trick, if you guys are curious.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Dude, this elite stuck in the stairs is trolling me something fierce. Wait, you have full health? How is he full health?
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I think basically everything is still up on Newgrounds. Cool. I think the old like comments and the old posts and all the dates and I think almost everything is still there, which is kind of cool.
Falls es irgendwelche Zweifel.
Lass mich das machen.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I haven't had anything past Arbiter today. Can I please just get one? I've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. And we practiced like for 30 minutes at the start. So I did play Gravemind and Delta Halo and High Charity and Uprising. But I haven't made it to Oracle yet on a real run.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Remember when like iPhone games and mobile games were first coming out? Robot Unicorn Attack was like one of the best games out there. And it's literally just like moving to the right and pushing a button. Like it's such a it's not a bad game because it's fun, but it was like at its time it was like the best game on the mobile marketplace. And now mobile gaming has come so far. Now you can literally play Fortnite on your phone. That's kind of incredible to think about. Yeah, the music was definitely one of the selling points. You guys remember when iPhone apps were not even games? They were things like a flashlight or filling up an imaginary beer that isn't even real. You just tilt your phone to the side and it makes a noise like glug 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 glug, and it shows an animation of a beer being filled. That was like the peak of innovation in like 2000, when would that have been? 2009? There was the lighter app. Obviously, you cannot use your phone to light a cigarette, but you can use your phone to make the noise like you're lighting a cigarette and display a lighter. Angry Birds definitely took off as like an actual full-fledged game, but that was much later than Robot Unicorn Attack, I think. And also, Angry Birds was a PC game before, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure the original platform for Angry Birds wasn't mobile. I think it was a Flash game. Tap Tap Hero? Tap Tap Hero was probably before Angry Birds as well. Tap Tap Hero was a big game. That one was huge.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los hier. Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
I think the first, like the actual very first big game was probably the Bubble Pop game. And then after that, it was Doodle Jump. I think Doodle Jump is actually probably the earliest real game that was big. Those games were big enough that like everybody was playing them. I mean, I say everybody, the mobile market was very small. Like, not every... Paper Toss was very early on, you're right, yeah. Paper Toss and Doodle Jump, I think, were probably the very first two big ones. What weird elite that was. That's not fair. Flappy Bird, yeah, I remember Flappy Bird. That was later though. Flappy Bird was a little bit later.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
2048, that was a big one for a little while. Also later, that came out after Flappy Bird. But yes, also 2048 took over for a little while. That was a fad game for sure. Have you guys played Suika game on Switch? It's similar to 2048, where you're basically combining smaller things to make larger things. So you combine 2 cherries to make a strawberry, and then 2 strawberries to make like a peach, and then orange, and then apple, and then pear, and then eventually you get to like melons, and that's the goal, is the last fruit. But that game's kind of fun. That's basically 2048 and Tetris combined. Fruit Ninja was huge. That Fruit Ninja definitely became. Fruit Ninja was so big that it got like life-size versions of it at like Dave and Buster's and shit. Like art, like children's arcades were like buying Fruit Ninja on touchscreens. Do I remember Yeti sports games? I don't think so.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Maybe I do? Let me Google that. Yeti sports games. Oh, I've seen this. I didn't play this, but I've seen this. I'm looking through their collection. Yeah, no, I never got into any of those.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Before phone games, I used to like the Flash games. I used to like miniclip.com was really cool for Flash games. There was like over 100 games you could play on miniclip, and some of them were not very good, and some of them were really fun. Banger of a site. I used to play this one called Robot Wars. Robot Wars was so good. It was a multiplayer game. You would spawn in an arena, like one person would spawn on one side and you'd spawn on the other. And you would try to basically, if you remember the old TV show where they would fight robots, you would basically fight robots on this arena. And you could like upgrade, you could spray paint your robot to make it like any pattern you want. You could buy upgrades, like the more fights you won, the more credits you got. So you would start out and you would just have spikes, but then eventually you could upgrade to like saws, and there was a laser beam that you could buy as DLC. So the game was kind of pay to win, but it had a ranking system where you could like, it was the same ranking system that Splinter Cell used. I don't remember the name, but basically you had a rank that was next to your name. It was a minus sign or a plus sign. You either had 3 minuses, 2 minus, 1 minus, or plus, 2 plus, and 3 pluses. And you could like, there wasn't a matchmaking system. You had to like challenge people in the lobby, but you would look for people and look at their rank. If they were like the same rank as you would agree and you would play your game and you'd grind out Robot Wars. What a good game that was. There was Bug on a Wire on miniclip. What are some of there were some like President Bush themed like political games on miniclip because he was the president at the time. I didn't really understand politics as much back then, but they were kind of funny. Yeah, like beating up Osama bin Laden and working with Condoleezza Rice to save the world or whatever the hell you were doing. I wish that I cleared this room more effectively.
Alarm!
Spank the monkey. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, you take your mouse to the far left side of the screen, you right click, and then you take it off the screen and you take it to the other side and you unclick and it like goes from one side to the other in one frame.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
There was a Impossible Quiz used that as a mechanic on the Impossible Challenge, or on Addicting Games, the Impossible Game 2 used it. It was a maze that you had to solve, and you could do it by going out of the map on purpose.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Oh, speaking of maze games, do you guys remember the maze game where it would get harder and harder and harder, like super precise mouse movement, and then right as you're like super focusing on like the last tiny stretch, it jump scares you with like a scary demon girl and screams at you? That was a good one.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
There was a time period on the internet where jump scares were like a big deal. There were, I don't know if they were car commercials or they were parody or what, but there was a popular clip before the YouTube days of like somebody driving their car like through a big landscape with a bunch of grass, and like the car goes by, it says something about follow the car and see where it goes, and it goes like behind a hill, and then as you're trying to track the car, a face like jumps up and scares you. Similar to like that scary game. Ask Jeeves.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
He was a butler. Ask was more popular than Google for a long time. Ask was like the default search engine for like if you wanted to search anything. Ask.com. Yeah, we were taught to use Ask in school as well. I mean, I think like learning to Google is something they should teach in school. Like if you call it Google or Ask or whatever, it's the same thing. But yeah, we were taught how to use the Ask search engine. Dogpile was another one that existed at that time. I was told by some of my teachers that Dogpile was tended to be better for more like scientific like questions and research, like stuff where you need a real like academic answer, and then like normal like casual questions were better on Ask.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Did you guys ever have to type in like 50 character long URLs in school? When we were learning computers in classes, the teacher would like pass out a worksheet and say, everybody go to this website. And the website would be like, have like 26 character like GUIDs at the end, and you had to type them in with the capitalization exactly or you wouldn't get there. Feels like there's probably a better way to do that back in the day. Photocopied, shitty quality, exactly.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
You used to have to type HTTP as well, didn't you? Like, you couldn't just type www dot. You had to do http://www dot. I'm pretty sure for many sites.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I think my next one out of Kyra has got to be my last. My runs haven't been very good today, but honestly, I didn't expect them to be. This was still a very enjoyable stream. We just kind of talked and ranted and reset. I appreciate the support from you guys, but I didn't really sleep last night, so I'm kind of in zombie mode right now, just resetting and not really focused on these runs. I'm hoping to get one more out of Kyra, though. It's been an enjoyable stream. The time has flown by. Honestly, it doesn't feel like I've been live for 4.5 hours. Yo, one with the gift, thank you. No, I die.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Did he backsmack me? No, I mean, I got just punched by the blue elite. There was a white elite in front of me, like, really far, and then a blue elite one punched me. You just die in one punch on legendary. Doesn't have to be a backsmack. You can survive melees on legendary, but it's rare. So the melee actually hits twice. It does, like, it has 2 damage hitboxes. It's possible to hit just one of them and survive, but you have to be like on the very edge of just the one of them. 99% of the time you die to one melee. I'll see if I can show an example of that if I restart. Let's see.
Dies ist keine Übung. Wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
See if we can't. Oh, he's got his sword out. Alright, let's survive one of these sword slashes. I want my teammate to die. He's kind of distracting. Stop shooting. He's gonna kill him! They got him? Dude, my Marines are nasty. They just pistoled that guy to death. Whatever.
Ich treibe es raus.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Verlierer.
Yeah, there are different animations. I don't know if it's 100% RNG though. I think you can manipulate which ones they do based on like your position relative to him. There might be some randomness to it, but I think you can bait certain melee animations.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Man. I'm struggling.
Dranbleiben! Was ist ja auch, wohin Sie Finger schmeißen?
Alright, I think this one might be my last one even if I die. I'm kind of losing steam here. I got nothing left to ramble about. Time to just focus up and get the record right here. We're not restarting. Okay, maybe we are. Will you guys just stop hiding behind boxes? Hello? Hello? Is anybody out there? Can anybody hear me? That's just so rude. This is crazy. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. I gotta call it quits. That's a good one to end it on. This was a good stream. The runs weren't good, but the stream was good. I appreciate everyone for hanging out. Let's see, do I have anyone to raid? Marathon Man's live. I'll hit him with the raid. This guy's been going for partner for a while. He's really close to partner. If you watch the stream and go from the raid, click the change the URL and get rid of the word raid so you become a real viewer. He's like super close to getting partner. But go watch him. He's a cool streamer. Did I click the raid button? I did.